Whoa, does that work? Let's see. Whoa, does that work? It does seem like it's working. It does seem like it's working. It does seem to be the case. Now this is coming from somebody who has no idea what they're doing. Welcome! This is the second day of SotCIE Interactive Engine, which is a project that makes me actually do something for once. Yesterday I introduced everything, basically how I got to this project, why I'm working on this project, and like basically how everything's gonna play out. We made the JSON files and we made sure that they worked. The JSON files work, our first test items. So okay, I'm like trying to find everything real quick. Okay, so what we're gonna do is alright, there we go. That should be everything I need. So, hello. This is where we left off last time. And of course we have our data here. And we're going to be implementing some stuff. That's basically the gist of everything we're doing today. What I do want to focus on today, of course, is I was going to work on the command prompt side of things. Obviously this is very, very rudimentary. I'm going to probably work on this on my own time just because I don't... This is stuff that's not too much logic based and more just like design focus based. I don't really know what to do here. So what we're going to start off with first is implementing our first method, which is going to directly interact with the command prompt. What's going to happen is I'm going to try and make a command like a search command, so I can then do search, and then my argument would be the search path. So for instance, I can, it does work like that, I guess. I can search for, as I'm searching for here, statuses, and it would show everything in the statuses tree. I can also search statuses bleed. It would give everything in the bleed document. Search statuses bleed text 0 would give the first line of the bleed text, which we already know looks sort of like this. When using an offensive die, take damage equal to the count and reduced by 1. It will just spit that out at me. That's all I'm basically going to be making for the first for everything in the beginning. After that, the hardest part is of course making it so that when I add things through the command prompt, right now it automatically adds it to the console log, but what I'm going to have to do is before I do that I have to like basically sanitize the input data and then figure out things from there. Because I know, like, I think that's the way things work. Yes. Okay, so I did already sanitize brackets. So I can then start working on making things, work off of that. So I can actually use brackets. Actually, something I should test, something that might be a good idea to test, is, hold on. Where is it? SotCIE. Here. What we should be looking for is something like if I go to bleed over here. I actually want to test this for myself. What happens if I try to make this bold? Let's see what that does. I actually don't know what this is going to do, which is what I'm actually curious about. So let's try that. Oh, it doesn't seem to actually work. So I guess it doesn't automatically try to run that, or I don't have anything for the rich text that actually processes that. So good to know. I won't worry about that just yet. We'll leave that as it is for now. Alright, that's pretty cool. I have to actually remember where everything is. So I know we have a couple methods here. I don't actually know. It's been about a good couple months since I last looked at this project. So I know this is the console command I made, and this is the actual input line. So it's going to be under this branch here. I don't know if I have a specific name for it. Oh yeah, it does have a text submitted. Okay, so this is the actual text that's submitted. And it automatically goes into the console. So we're going to change that. So here it automatically goes into the add log, which is just an append command. I don't know why I made this, but I did. It chose to do that. Interesting design choice, but I think it's for future proofing. This is the console. I could make the console method runner here. The console reader. This could just be the console renderer, but what is going to happen is I am going to make another global scene, which is going to be maybe Game Manager. I mean, Game Manager could run it. I don't actually know what this is about. I think this is the old data loader. I think I moved it, right? No. What did I do here? This was the old one. What did this do differently? Oh, it was just getting like a certain file. I don't actually need this anymore. I can just remove this, because this was basically the same thing but different. This is just like a different thing of data. Yeah. Actually, yeah, okay. I know this works. So, yeah, this did not seem to work. That's curious. What we're going to focus on then is... Yeah, so we're going to focus on just making sure we can get certain file paths first. Which the method for that is, of course, in data tree, which is fetch data from the dictionary, which we have a specific dictionary to reference off of. Which is, actually no, it's just this fetch data command, which automatically will be fetching from the dictionary that is path, I think. No, it's file tree. It's the file tree variable is specifically what we're using. That's pretty cool. So, let's see some other stuff. So I'm not sure where push console is used. I'm not sure specifically where this is used. I guess it's anytime I'm pushing specific data to it. Yeah, I guess this is just, it's all just, push console is just refreshing the console. I don't know why I had to make this a separate thing, but probably just so if I ever change this signal, I don't have to worry about that. Just a nice method to make sure it runs properly. Console append all the lines in the string. I see how that works. Okay. That's cool. So file branch is just searching for a specific file in the branch. Oh, this is specifically developing the tree, and fetch data is fetching stuff from it. So what's going to be difficult is, of course, editing things in post. That's going to be a challenge, because I don't know, it might be a bit of a challenge to edit the JSON in post. We'll figure that out when we get there. There's a lot of open text here. So I can make a game manager probably shouldn't have all the method runs. I mean, it could actually, because this is where we actually have all of this stuff here. Obviously, event bus is where we have all of our events, all of our signals. It's just a list of signals, just a bunch of signals that we'll use in the future, which we will need when we are going to start doing the command writes. I don't know why data tree has a separate fetch data method. Do I need... Makes me wonder, do I actually need this one? Because this is like the exact same as this one, right? Yeah, they're almost the exact same. I think everything else uses fetch data, right? Everything uses the other fetch data. It doesn't... Or uses this one. That should work the exact same, right? I'm gonna hope this works the exact same. I'm just trying to see, cause it's kind of weird with how I developed everything here. Well, I think file branch is also the same thing too. Well, file branch isn't in data tree. Let's see. It works the exact same. Okay, does seem to be working pretty well. Okay, good start there. I love how it takes 1.0 count. Trying to remember what all this code does. We take the path, we split off the node root. The size is less than 2. I'm guessing that's including node root, so if it doesn't have something on the after node root, then it's not a valid path. Otherwise, we're going to start from path stack 1. This is the actual path stack. So path stack 1 is literally just after root. I don't know why I split. This is kind of a... This is probably not the smartest way of doing it, but anyway, the for loop is fine. So split by the slash, the little file demarcator, the scope demarcator, whatever it's called, I don't know. Temp dictionary is just gonna be the file tree. And then for each level in the path stack, if the level is empty, then you don't have to worry about it. Oh, is it just going through the entire... Okay, so path stack is actually just an array. Right, so if we're at the... If the actual path is empty, then it's just like a folder and you don't have to worry anymore. Otherwise, if it ends with a JSON or it's ref, then... Oh, there's an issue? Huh. Is this even used anymore? I think this is how it works, yeah. Yes, this is how we do it, FileBranch. I don't know why it's all the way down here, but it is. Oh, right. This was my class, my action class, that I never made because I never got the motivation to make it. I was trying to work with resources, right? And yeah, this was basically like an action that you would add to the action queue. We never got to this though, so that actually does throw a wrench because I remember that this is kind of how I wanted to design things. I'm trying to remember how I would want to design this kind of thing. But yeah, we're gonna have to do the console checks here. That's a very loud sound. Random screwdriver set thingy. I don't even know. Okay, so what I'm going to do is what I need to do is I need to make a console that when I submit the text, it goes into basically just an interpreter that will start running out methods. Those methods would be game manager methods that would then operate off of the file path or other data attributes which game manager is going to possess. So essentially how it works is that the game manager will have the character list and things like that. That's not something we have to worry about for now. What we're going to need to worry about right now is function read command. So I don't actually know. So this is basically on input text submitted, but the reason why I have read command as a separate thing is sometimes you don't do it through text. You can just have a command automatically run. And then we just start running game manager commands. So I fetch data. something real quick. This is the actual log list here. So how do you make bold text? Oh, I don't have it enabled, that's why. How do you end one? Okay, I may actually look up PB code. Whatever this is. I actually don't know how this works. Documentation time! The best part about programming. Maybe. The color equals green. Oh, I was using the, oh, it was just regular, it's not backslash, it's forward slash. Okay, so if I do bold test, that, test, oh, but they can't have multiple? Okay, this is the bold, doesn't seem like it's a big difference. Okay, maybe I should just try this. Whatever code. Okay, so I guess I don't have like an actual bold italic in my thing. Given this. Just using this font. Okay, this isn't the one that breaks. Is there like color equals? Oh yes! It does work. Oh, cool. You know what? Let's try that. I'm gonna be sidetracked by messing around with this. Awesome. I didn't think it'd be possible. This is good. This is very good. Let's actually test something then. So let's do it with burn. Actually, can you add multiple on a single thing? Can you do a bold color equals 60, 50, 64 test? Oh, you can't have multiple options of the same 9? I thought you could. Oh, just different options. Yeah, on my home screen of things. Alright, so yeah, okay, cool. So you can do bold color equals CC 5064 or CC 6450 or so. Like that. And stuff I hit, I will probably do a green tag too. The only issue here, right? So this should be LB. Is how I can do this. Maybe say kind of tag, and I'll do bold color equals probably 50. Say 50 out of 50 for now. I'm just using my exact same color sequence that I use in Planus Rolecall. It's a bit different than what they use in this game, but I'm just messing around with things for now. And we'll get to that one later. But if I do that, okay, so what should happen then is we want to look at hooligan, bash 1. Go 27. It's not showing. Doesn't want to show. Status is burn. It's like scrubbing the data. Interesting. Oh, okay, I didn't recompile, right. No wonder that didn't work. Burn! There we go. And if I go to, alright, so that's gonna be hit, deal 2 stagger. Cool. Obviously nothing else here should be marked up. I can, of course, when I do this method and I do a feed in, I can always go through and mark everything up. Theoretically, it could be very annoying to do, but it's something I can do. That's a good start, though. So, what happens now is we have to find the header of our command. So, I'm gonna go args. Cool, okay, so this should work. So arg0 is going to be our command. So then we're going, so let's actually just do console. I think is it console.log here? No, I think it says print. I think it's a Python print. Args, print arg0. And then if args0 is equal to search, then we are going to run the game manager command for searching. So function search string and is this going to be that? So for instance, we can do search for actions hooligan -1. And we're going to add more to this in the future, like this is not perfect. But so example, when every time we do the search command, the fetch data command, it does throw an extra number, so it actually gives you an array. The first value is the thing you were looking for, however much it's searched. The second thing is a demarcator of what actually happened. Did you fail the search? Did you exit prematurely? It was what is actually in the entry here. If it returns a -1, so it returns an array with the first element, the first thing is the element, second is the state. If it's a -1, that's a shallow search. So that means that when you searched, you ended up finding a array or dictionary, which means there's more data to discover. This is very important. This shallow search is very important when we talk about what's it called? When we're actually talking about searching for if there's a method, right? So like, let's say our method is roll from number 1, 0 from number A to number B. If number A field has a dictionary or array, that's a red flag. We need to say what is in that dictionary before we process the command, because that means that we're trying to pass in some complex argument into our roll method. That now is going to say maybe it's a math function that takes another value divided by 2, and even something like 2 plus 2. I can do a dictionary, which is then going to have the field of addition, which is going to be saying, hey, we need to run the method addition, and then going from there. It's a lot of overhead. It's probably going to be slow, I do fear that this code system might be a bit slow with more complex things. But the goal is that everything is more interpreted from that, and then we just run the routine from there. 0 perfect search, we found exactly what we were looking for, and plus by a number premature and found a value with remaining path. Like this is basically how much did you over search. Like if I'm looking for a dice field, let's say here, I'm looking for knife, and I'm looking for dice 1 hit, status inflict, but it actually doesn't have a status inflict field to say, hey, we were able to find up to the hit field, but there was no status inflict field plus 1, as in you had one search depth that was not realized. It's very important. I really like how I designed this method. It does seem to function very well. But of course, I haven't fully tested it to its nth degree. But I do like how it works. Oh, this is just getting angry because I haven't finished this yet. Oh, I have not coded in like a couple months. I almost never make that mistake. I've not coded in a while. I just completely forgot about doing double equals. It's a good thing I'm like coding again before I go back to like something and have to find things. So okay, so if I do search, I don't think it's going directly into this yet. Oh yeah, it's not, right? So instead of add log, it's going to be so obviously we do add the log still. Okay. So obviously there's more data here that isn't being disclosed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Game Manager and I'm actually going to print the second argument so you can see the second argument here. So when we go here and we go here, right? So this was actually premature and there was still data that could have been found. When we just do search, it just searches up everything. So it's like premature and I don't know why it's spitting out -2. Is there a reason it's spitting out -2? I don't know. That's a different. That was not what the documentation that I wrote many months ago said. The state is 0. Oh, it was trying to do premature and no, but element isn't a dictionary and it's not an array, so it shouldn't be doing this at all. Anyway, that shouldn't be giving me -2. Oh, state is equal to -2 if the element does not have a level. So I guess if like the path is like really invalid, if the path is so invalid that it just couldn't figure anything out, and it's gonna spit -2 at me. Interesting. So if I do search by nothing, right, it'll spell out everything. If I search by that, it'll spell out everything. Search by game stat, maybe? No. That's like if I actually found something like super incorrect, I guess. If I search by actions, is that not working? Oh, because I'm not throwing the other arguments, right? I'm stupid. The second argument. No wonder it's like not searching anything at all. I'm like literally searching nothing. Okay. Brain damage. Search not by the entire text. I have to do args of 1. Right. Okay, so yeah, okay. If args dot is it length? The size? Okay. Yay, that actually does work. Let's go. This is like so jank, but it does work. Oh, what? Oh, they didn't return out of this. Right. I'm done. So this whole search thing would then be search command separate. So that, okay, so that does work. So that's the base level thing. If I just search for the root. That's searching for root. If I search for doesn't exist, it's like -2. That is a bad thing. So we actually do want to add that in the data tree. That if I get -2 is invalid search. Why are these all perfect? Huh? Oh, it randomly pasted stuff. Oh, is it because... Yeah, I always forget that, like, middle mouse does that. I need to fix that. It's so weird. Whenever you dash select becomes pasted, it's, like, very bad. I don't like it. I got these are all perfect. Very beautiful. Yay! And then if I do search action / hooligan bash 1, and then look for the dice 1 text 0 hit deal 2 stagger. Perfect. Does what? Why is does my clap peak the microphone? Interesting. This did work though. Very nice. Very happy to see that. Okay, awesome. Things are looking quite good over here. Oh, that does work now. Very nice. Let's see what else we can do. So, yeah. Oh yeah, we can also look at units and stuff too. So I can also search by units, hooligan, and just show the entire hooligan. So here it says hooligan.json. It will actually crop that out. And actually, yeah, that .json is how we know that it's a file. Hooligan. And then we go by unit data. Just want to look at the unit data. Oh, whoopsies. Search units, hooligan, unit data. And you can see all the data. Obviously, like, there's like some restraints here because all that. But command console does work. Now I do have to now hook this up into the save data, and then we can start thinking about some other things. Oh yeah, also when I do search, I should make it so when I search statuses and stuff, when I do search statuses and stuff, like I should actually. Something might be a bit too long. It's like pushing things out. But what I need to worry about next is making sure that these commands are showing some different colors in their text. I forget if you can concatenate like this. Okay, it does work. Cool. Oh, I should actually make it so I can do a color sequence here. Is it not Boolean? Is this bool? Alright, that should be the bold function done. So now what I can do is I can do And I can also overload the function just for the fun of it. I won't actually do that. Or just having, I don't know. We'll see. Let's do function, add style. Oh, can you not overload in this? I don't actually remember. I guess you can't overload functions. Interesting. We'll keep like this though. Ah. Did it break? Oh yeah, it did. Hmm. Oh, it's still doing. Why is it blue? Oh, it should be a gray. Okay. In this case, what I should be doing is. Let's see. Oh, that join. Can you just do like string that join? Oh, it's not printing anymore. Oopsies, I have to add log. Yay! Search action tweeting. Why is it like... Did I mess up the color? I did. It's supposed to be aqua. That's how I do it in my PLC. So I'm just copying the old color semantics that I used to use. But yeah, that does seem to be working pretty nicely though. That search command. We can make some other commands like the roll command. Good progress though. I'm actually making like actual functions of the game. So here's the interesting thing about roles. So rolling is not a roll range like how I do it in PLC. Roll ranging is instead a like dice, like a 1D whatever, and then you throw an extra thing. But we actually get the combat stuff visible now. Here we go. So, for instance, a 1d6 or 1d6 plus 1. So, the way this is going to work is you just pick a dice value, which is going to be limited to 2. Actually, no, not 2. It's only limited to 4, 6, 8, and 12. No 20s. I don't think there's ever been a 20 used in this. Yeah, just control F20 and see how many, well, just specifically D20. There's a 1d20. Where is this 1d20 at? There is a singular d20. That is the only d20. So I guess we can't actually use the d20s because they are in the game. There is a one single d20 which is for abnormality. The funny stone guy. Or could you write poison self into endurance? Dang. Huh, interesting. Clash win guarantees a 20, Clash lose guarantees a 1. If you don't mess with him, then he picks whatever number in between. But like, you can gain a ton of endurance. That's a scary Clash. Size decent. Oh, speed dice have plus and minuses. Ooh, I have to actually consider that now. Does anyone else do that? I guess this guy doesn't even have speed dice. That's like the only instance of a speed dice of like d6 minus 1. Okay, I'm never gonna. Okay, so this is like a D4 plus 2. D8 plus 2? That's Ooh, I didn't know that Speed Dice had a plus modifier. Oh, but 1 raise haste exists, so. Interesting. It's like a innate haste. I think Speed Dice is limited to never be less than 1. Speed Dice can never have a value. Okay, so yeah, Speed Dice can never have a value lower than 1. Anyways, good to know. Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to get this visual. I mean, we might get to this type of visualization at some point, but like, interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna make a dice roller, and it actually will work for Speed Dice too, because, yeah. I don't know if I want to keep everything in Game Manager. I might start moving things out and make a dedicated functions script. I might do that. It might be smarter to do that. Like, it might be smarter to do that. Let me think. I think it's a smarter thing to do. Functions will be used everywhere by everything, so let's actually make a new scene. What? I get randomly hit with a random email. Interesting. Weirdest time to get hit by a random email. Not my problem though. Functions. There we go. And we will attach a script, which is just going to be functions.gd. And then we can add this to our globals. Globals, functions.gd. There we go. Another global has been added. I don't know why these are like not ordered the same. Oh, probably because this one doesn't have an underscore. Interesting. Anyways, I can start adding global functions here. So function, roll, and there's gonna be 2 different roll commands. This is gonna be roll without base, and there'll be a roll with base. So this is going to be the power int, and then there is going to be the base, which is also an int, and then we are going to return another int. I don't know if there is a random function. I'm guessing there is a random function. There is a random int. Oh, okay, cool. Between the ranges of 0 to n minus 1. Okay. Oh, okay, it's a random. Okay, yeah, cool. I can just do a random float. Oh, it's a random int range. They're swapped. Okay, so automatically does the swapping thing too. Okay, cool. So it's going to be from 1 to the power. So we're going to just return a random from 1 to the power plus the int. What? Oh, I just wrote int. I just wrote base. See, I'm so used to like type and then the thing, not the other way around. I do have to actually check. So if power is less than 0, if power equals 0, then it's just the base value. I don't know if that ever comes up. So if power is less than or equal to 0, then it's going to be you return. If it's less than 0, then you return the value of the base minus 1 to the opposite of the power. So if it's a -6, then it's going to be basically a negative 1d6. And then if the power is higher, and if power is equal to 0, then return the base. Keep on doing this. I mean, like, the compiler actually doesn't know that. Okay, interesting. But yeah, this should work. If I roll from... Can I actually, like, test the methods from here? I don't know if I can. Can I actually check what they return? So like, if I do the roll method, that will happen. And then, okay, so I can just do that. And then I should have like min, max, arithmetic. So all of these functions, these are just gonna be the basic mathematical functions. So function min, and then the val is gonna be v is going to be an int, and then min is going to also be an int. If v is less than the, so it's just going to return v if v is greater than or equal to min that'll be what it returns. Roll isn't even used at all. I don't know why it's yelling about this. Okay. Max is going to be int, max int, and then returning an int, and then return v if v is less than or equal to min. Otherwise, returning max, and then clamp v int, min int, max int, returning, and all that's going to happen is it's going to return the minimum of the maximum of v max min Oh, there's a built-in. Oh, is there already built-in min and max functions? I'm so used to like literally like never having these functions. I'm so used to like it just picks the minimum of the two. Okay, I mean that's like basically what you need. Clamp. Is there a clamp? Yeah. There's value min max. Okay, cool. Okay, these I'm so used to Scratch where these things don't even exist and I have to make them myself. Okay, so that already does exist. Is there I'm not sure if there's like an add function or multiply. So we're going to make all of our arithmetic functions. The issue so the issue with this is like arguments. When I pass in arguments, before I pass in arguments, I have to read the arguments and fully realize the arguments. The good example of this is bleed, right? So if you look at bleed, actually Burn also does this. Set stack. This is gonna be really hard. When we get to statuses and stuff, they will have to have their own built-in functions, I think. Like it should be under the function branch. I don't know how we're gonna work with this. I mean, these are like the critical functions, but like if there's a function that doesn't exist, I don't know what we're gonna do. We'll figure it out. Yeah. I haven't fully thought this through. I'm kind of just coding just to code, and if things don't work, we'll retrofit things later. Is my philosophy here, because I really don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I have to check something real quick. Develop happiness and joy into the game, please. Oh my goodness. Oh, I was like literally like answering things on my Discord. That's why I turned off the stream for a moment. Hello. Shiyuhua back at it again. Develop happiness and joy into the game, please. We'll try. It's not gonna be too happy. Happiness is not part of game development sometimes. Sometimes it is, but not for a while because it's math for now. Unfortunately. Or fortunately, I do enjoy math a bit. Okay, so yeah, I had to like pause for a moment because I got hit with some other random stuff. So, for instance, here, so this set stack dividing v1, v2. So essentially what happens here, right? And I'll make a little drawing to demonstrate this. What ends up happening here is we are going to do, so we're going to first do the set stack. And what set stack does is it's going to say, okay, it takes in the argument of a specific x value. When we read that x value, we are going to see divide, and we know, so we're going to, first of all, we're going to see a JSON object. So we do not continue, we do not do set stack yet. We have to figure out what x actually is. What is x? X is divide, which has two arguments. It has v1 and it has v2. Now it sees that this one is 2, that's cool, but this one is another JSON object. Not good. This JSON object is what is known as get attribute. And it is trying to get the attribute, which is called stack, a string. So what's going to happen is we are in the context of burn. So we know we are in the context of burn. There's a certain set of metadata, which is the context of burn. When we actually have this get attribute stack, it is not associated with anything else. We know that this is actually going to have a phantom argument, which is burn of like whoever of unit, of whatever unit this is. We are going to realize what this value is. Let's say that value is 3. And then we are going to do 3 divided by 2, which is going to equal 1 because we're doing integer division truncating. And that is going to again get passed, so this gets passed up here, this gets passed up into here, and we now know to set the stack to 1. And set stack is going to have, of course, the phantom. It is going to be relative to the burn of unit. And that is all hidden context. That can be specified with other commands, but the base commands are not going to specify that. So that is an interesting thing about the JSON syntax. Is the JSON syntax is not going to have all of the code data that is going to be perfectly one-to-one relayed by the Godot engine. Instead, it is in the context of those JSON elements that have the specific already what those pieces of information are. Real quick. So let's pull both of these up and fully explain the thought process. So we're going to go into deal damage. This is of course going to be relative to the burn that is on the unit. So when we are going through the status routine at the end of the scene, we are going to go through every single status. What's going to happen is when you have the burn status, it is going to add the end scene flag to the unit. When end scene reaches, we go through every single unit and we check if they have an end scene flag. End scene flag is on the unit. What is its source? The source is burn. So we go to the burn status and we trigger the end scene based on statuses /burn /condition /end scene /0 first deal damage. Now this is all in the context of the character that have the end scene flag, which is some random unit. It is a random unit that is a given unit in this case. In this case could be some other context. So deal damage can have a source. The source is not specified, the target is not specified or whatever. So that means that it is inferred to be whoever is triggering end scene, which is going to be the sequence that runs. So when this actually occurs, there will be some specific predetermined source values. Source status, source unit, and source status are used as needed. If you don't damage statuses, you always damage units. So in this case, we would use source status. But you can always refer to the source tag whenever you're doing deal damage, because that's never going to mean something else. It's always going to mean a unit. In this case, maybe it's A1. Now, deal damage is not going to do a fixed amount of damage. The deal damage command is going to say, go to the source and reduce the health by this amount. The final amount of reduction. No other reductions there. There can be others. That's going to be called final damage reduction. That's something else. If there's no other final damage reduction, we don't worry about that. What happens is now we go to get attribute stack. That is what's inside of here. So deal damage actually shallow searches. Where is the output? Oh, here. So it's shallow search, -1. Shallow search means that there's something in here. What is in here? Get attribute stack. So what is get attribute stack? Well, it's going to be something you have to check. So let's see what is inside deal damage, and then what is inside of that is going to be get attribute, and it is the stack. Now get attribute is in the context of our source. Now our source can be ambiguous. It could be the unit or it could be the status, but stack is going to refer to the status every single time. So we don't really have an ambiguity there. we see get attribute stack, we know that we are talking about the context of our source status. Source status is burned, whatever stack that is, it's going to fill that instead of in the get attribute stack, which means we are now going back to deal damage. That was the only attribute in there that we had to worry about. For deal damage. Now, theoretically, right, this should be like an array of args. I probably should change this to an array of args. We'll think about that. But what ends up happening is you've gotten that attribute, and now we can move on. The damage has been dealt. We now can go back to this whole sequence, and now we go to the index 1, which is now set stack. Set stack, again, is in the context of source status. Source status is now going to do this operation. It is now going to do the operation of divide. Right, so, okay, that was a failed search. So set stack, divide, and now we have, so this is, I'm going to change this. This is going to be an array that will still cause a shallow search, but is now looking for specific args. I mean, I can always do a v1, v2 attribution. It can be useful. It doesn't actually make a difference, right? The v1, v2 is really just my args. First arg is v1, second arg is v2. It does actually help for misattributions and stuff, and I can underfill args. The only issue is, like, some, for example, if I do divide and I don't have v1 and v2, it's going to cause some issues. What I'm going to probably do is I'm going to have an autofill value of 0, and then I'm going to say, hey, something went wrong, figure it out, put it in the console log that there was an issue with the function operation, that there was missing args. Yeah, this is a very complex system because there's so many things. All of these functions are minimally defined because they are always in the context of themselves in a temporary situation, which is very, very weird and very, very strange. It's a very complex idea. I think it probably would do me very well to start working on the actual construction of the gameplay hierarchy, because the issue right now is that I'm kind of designing things with the idea that I'm going to use them later and not designing the foundation of which they will stand upon, which is very important. So I think we need to start working on that next. In other words, though, obviously v1 get attribute stack, v2 2, then we'd run a divide. That's set stack. That is everything for the end scene. There's no more args after 0 and 1 indices. That would be the end. So that's essentially everything there. But yeah, let's now make the roll command work. Just to mess around, right? So what should be important though too is with these functions, what happens if int isn't defined? What happens if base isn't defined? I think you can actually define defaults like that. So power is 0, base is 0 by default. Alright, so probably shouldn't. Okay, so what I probably should do though is probably not make these like mandatory and stuff, optionals. They should be predefined, but when it comes to putting data in here, if the specific field doesn't exist, then we'll work from there. Which is actually a thing. So functions should probably have a context field. Which will come into play in the future, but obviously not every. So role doesn't have a context field, but like, for example, getting the stack has a context field. Not really. I'll figure it out. And those are the only two fields for role. When it comes to running the JSON data for it though, it's basically make, if I see the role tag, the way it's gonna work is it's gonna be like role, and then it will do have that object, and then it can have a power field, and then it can have a base field. The thing is like stuff like this, it's automatically considered in the concept of dice and power. Dice and base, so I guess the terms like dice is just 6, base is 0. But yeah, the power and the base is automatically inferred here, and then this method just runs without having to do this more context stuff. But this type of thing can be useful for, I can actually have a roll command after hit, like a 1d4 that does something else that does actually work. If these have to get visualized, that is another thing too, but that's a different topic. Way further on when I get into visualization of everything. So back to the console though, we're now working on the roll command. So if the args exist in 2, so this is going to be if there's no args, and then we'll have a power only arg command. And things are going to be pretty simple here. So missing args, and then don't even try. If args is less than 3, then there is still at least the power, there was just no base. And I could even just automatically add the arg of 0, but I won't do that. I don't think that's really necessary here. So what we're going to do is, so at the end of this, right, so what's going to happen here is we're going to use this argument, this add log, arg0, arg1 is the power, and then the base. So power I'll represent with a purple, and then base I'll represent with the magenta, kind of in some vein similar to how I do it in DRC. Okay. And then the result is going to be as follows. It's gonna have like a white result. Actually no, it's just gonna be gold because that's like the roll color that I typically use. Add style result, and then the result is going to be functions dot roll args1 0 functions is not defined in the current scope. It's a global. Hello? I think we should be fine. It's not yelling at me about it anymore. Alright, and then the last one is going to just be as follows. Arg 2. Oh, I have to throw it in, don't I? Is that not working? Oh, but then this needs to be two string. I forget how you actually throw into strings. Casting into string. I actually don't remember how this exactly worked. Oh, it's just this. Is it a string? Right, that should work. Interesting. Okay. Now there is the concept of advantages and disadvantages here, but I did not have listed here. That's gonna be pretty important. Okay. So advantage and disadvantage is also an issue, where you do roll two of the same dice and then you pick the highest. How do I want to visualize that? I might just have it just be a singular roll that just has a weighted singular roll. Which is one of the weirdest parts about Star of the City, actually. Charge does let you choose when you want to make advantages, which is kind of a weird thing, but so be it. It is actually a pretty cool thing for low charge volumes, but high charge volumes, it's like, man, every single dice you gotta say, yes, I want to make it roll with advantage. But yeah, that's gonna be something we're gonna have to work on. That's gonna be what the before roll event is gonna be for, because it's gonna have to be like, charge is gonna be like, before roll, hey, do you want to make that advantage? It's gonna have to throw a prompt, which is going to be very, very cumbersome to deal with. That's not a today issue. I will say that. So if I do roll -10, 10, I'm getting like the worst rolls. Wow. So the highest. Okay, now I'm getting some good ones. The highest you can go is 9, 10, and then from there it's like anything else. And if you reduce the power of it, like a D2, D4, then you're always gonna get something from the range of 6 to 9. It's pretty interesting. Negative rollers are supported, and then if you do roll 0, 10, it's always going to roll a 10. It's always gonna roll the base. Very cool. Technically rolling a 1d1 is always going to do the same thing too, and if you roll negative 1d1, it's just going to minus by 1. Very, very depressing, but hey. And then you can roll any big number, theoretically speaking. I mean, like, that was higher by some number that I don't even know. I actually barely changed the number, given that like I actually rolled a very low number there, given that like I only saw a change on like the 7th digit. So let me try that again. 1931 231 92 3019 23 902 192 3921 3921 3929. Actually, I guess like it might be like integer limit because I'm like not rolling that high, even though like I think the first number, the scalar is bigger. Yay. Okay, well, progress is being made. Roll function does work now. Putting up this console is not going to be happening for a while, I will say. Also, I should be making shorthand, so like R is a shorthand. Let's actually do that, so I can do shorthands too. So if it's roll or if I just do R, and then for search, FD is fetch data technically, but I'll just keep it like this. Search is a very cumbersome thing to write anyways, because like the rest of the argument is huge. Now it's time to start making character data. What's going to happen now is I'm going to start making the concept of a unit. A unit is of course a character which can cause actions and stuff like that. By the way, actions have limits. I can actually specify that. Limits are going to come up as needed, but not for now. But yeah, it's time to make a class, which is going to be a resource class known as character, as a unit. I could call it a character. I'm going to call it a unit because unit is the other term I use. I think SotCIE technically uses a creature or something. Character, creature. I like using unit. But yeah, this is going to be a interesting process because let's actually go back to a generic. So let's go back to the hooligan, right? The basic hooligan. The head hooligans actually have some more interesting stuff. But that's not something we're going to be worried about. These guys are going to be the next thing we're going to code up. Obviously, our goal is by, at some point, we just have it so that we can fight hooligan versus hooligan. It's kind of our goal. So with the hooligan base form, let's see. What's gonna happen is this is like the entire unit sheet. So the unit sheet is gonna be mostly built off of we like to call the data here. Let's see, this data. So all of this data is going to get through. Oh, actually, I don't have type in here. I don't have type. Not like it's gonna matter too much. I mean, it might matter for some other things. I don't know if it's ever been used in SotCIE extensively. I know that there's like a bunch of things that can and cannot happen. Anyways, oh, I forgot about the comma. So here's the human. A human cannot hooligan. All of this data is going to be entered in as attributes, which are then going to go to the variable fields. There are of course going to be more variable fields coming up in the future with their respective base values should these fields not be filled. So taking all the data from the JSON and turning it into hard engine data, hard engine variables and arrays and things like that. So all of this data is going to be turned into the respective variables and arrays, because you can always fetch data reference, but it is more computationally cumbersome. And of course, I'm not going to edit the JSON, I'm going to edit the raw field variables as needed. And yeah, so that's what's going to be happening there. What then happens next is the flag system. The flag system will be very, very fun to deal with. So once I make characters, I'm going to make it so I can then start looking at data about characters, fetching data from characters. The way fetch data from a character is going to work is it is going to, oh, that might be tough, because like that's kind of the benefit of JSON, is that I can fetch data much in the vein of that. I think each variable field will kind of work in a similar vein to fetch data. It will be kind of like a map in a way. I mean, we could make a one giant map, but that's just like making a JSON again. Like we're just, everything goes right back to JSON just because it's very, it works very nicely with the way my system is data-driven organization, whatnots. Where I can just edit those specific fields. Because at the end of the day, everything is like editing itself off of whatever is predefined. So like dictionaries are kind of like, I mean, like, I should just lean into full-heartedly dictionaries. How do dictionaries run my entire game? Because yeah, they are kind of the core way of everything working out. So the unit data will just be a single dictionary, which is just all of this data copy and pasted as a temporary value. When it comes time for export, it will get fed back into the system and spat back out, things like that. And when it comes to action list, we're going to make sure that we can create all of our actions. When it is the scene for scene cycling, when it becomes this character's, when this unit's turn, it's going to have these specific speed dice, which are based on this. So I'm also going to add a field which is called speed dice base. I'm not going to actually need it for this character. If you omit it, there's a default value that it will use instead. That's your plus or minus. That apparently is a thing that I did not know existed. And yeah. Also, when it comes to temporary values, right? So like the most important thing is that like technically protection, fragile, and stuff like that do directly edit these values. The way I'm gonna process that is gonna be complex. I think I might do what I do with everything else, where I then create an object within that field, like the slash damage field. I create an object where it has the base value of 0 and then modification values that go on from there, which are edited by different statuses. The only issue that does become very cumbersome and can very much explode the amount of data that I have. Data compression is going to be a big issue. Data conciseness when you export to. There's a lot of things that I have to consider. Alright, so what are we going to do next? Basically kind of make this action we're going to make. So it actually just stores the base data too, and then the current data. Interesting. I think that might be useful, but it can become problematic. I do suspect there's going to be a lot of issues with the design of everything. mean, the biggest issue I suspect is like when I create a bunch of different data, it's just gonna become really problematic. Just trying to think how I want to handle this. The problem is like when you have different modifiers to like an attribute stat like health. If you have like twice as much health and then like plus 5 health, there is like an order those things occur in. But if you remove one, then what do you do from there? You have to recalculate everything. Potentially, I have a modifier dictionary that I refer to. The base dictionary, the base data is one thing, and then the modifier does some other stuff. Yeah. Not sure yet. Dictionaries are pretty well natively supported as like a pseudo primitive by Godot, which is pretty nice. Can make the same thing as like a string. Okay. I don't know. We're gonna do it like... So we're gonna have one dictionary which is just called the data, and then we have another one which is the modifier. Base data and then the modifier. The modifier's job is just to alter the base data by certain amounts. And anytime you refer to a specific field, you're going to find the base data and then the modifier. So then this goes into the data tree concept, where you're going to data tree search for a field within the unit here. And this is where the function modifier comes in. And it's going to use the modifiers here, and it's going to play off of them. Which is now where things are going to get notably complex, because that's when you start having the context fields. But for now, we won't worry about modifier. We're just going to assume everything is base data, and anything that like modifies, which is like your multipliers, your add and subtracts, to fundamental data structures, like for example your max health, stuff like that. That like temporary things, right? Like taking damage is a permanent thing. Getting a status is a temporary thing, which could go under modifier. Yeah, that's a curious thing. Do statuses go under modifier? I imagine they go under base data, because there's no like... Although there is things that can double duration. Ooh. Yeah, this can get really complex. I don't know how I'm going to represent the data. For now, I won't worry about it. And then we'll just move on from there. Because there's a lot of structuring the data concepts that I just do not know how I want to specifically allow for things to be mutated. That's an issue for millions of years in the future of me. Probably in the next couple of days. I'm trying to think what the next step is. The best next step to take, because that's kind of the issue, right? Is figuring out what steps do I want to take to actually complete this whole thing. Okay. So what do I do next? Okay. So what is going to be done next is... Oh, what is this? This needs to be removed. I don't even know where that came from. Got all the fonts I had on this thing. Base data in the modifier. I could have statuses in a different field. The reason why I have a starting status thing here is essentially what I wanted to do was I wanted to have statuses be kind of like a thing that exists that you can start the game with. I can always have a function that just invents statuses and then have attributes be different, because yeah, that can be kind of problematic. Because the inherent issue with having statuses and a modifier for statuses, I guess it wouldn't be too bad. It would just be that whatever start and value, it can just get very, very weird. How like, just think of a scenario like, for example, the status has double duration. If you have statuses have double duration for a period of time, that effect ends. Does it end the status because it would not have doubled anymore? I don't know. I feel like modifiers are something I don't really worry about, like doubling health and stuff. If your health gets doubled for a short period of time, that's always a very rough thing to code up. Like what happens when it expires? You just have the health. But like, I'm thinking like, if you gain primary effect just 10 health, and then the secondary effect double health, and then you lose primary effect just 10 health, you subtract by 10 or you subtract by 20 because you have the double effect. I mean, like, you have the other effects known that you can always double with, but then if you have 3 effects, you can start having some more complex layering mechanics. I'm just gonna, for now, just have a dataset dictionary, which is just the actual data. That's what I think is best. In addition, to that, conditions, right? Conditions. That's all of the flags that you can have. Those flags are gonna be kind of a rough thing to work on. I think under conditions you would have a set of flags. Like you can have a flag that is end scene flag, and then within that you would have a list, an array or an object. I would say an array of source indices, source identifications. I guess what's interesting is when you go into conditions and you look at the source, do you fetch data for that? How do you know where to find the source element? Because when everything is developed off of the game stack, off of the actual game, the main game tree, then it makes more sense where you can find things. You can kind of find things in the file system. I think that's kind of what I have to do. Is I need to keep everything in the file tree, and that there has to be no such thing as data outside of the file tree. Everything has to be within the file tree. Because the way this kind of works is, I don't know, I'm going to say a lot of incorrect things like how computing works because I am stupid and I do not know what I'm doing with this code, but I do think a lot of what I'm trying to do at the moment with this class-based system is trying to kind of make a memory type thing where it's like opening the same program 8 times and then making each program do different things and interact with the overall computer 8 different ways. But then those programs usually want to have everything contained to themselves typically, and it is very hard to make them interact outside of that field in complex manners. If I have everything as a file, right, instead of having, you would actually have a core base file and then 8 files which are copied off of it, which can then interact more directly with everything else. It's probably the better way to go about this. Yeah. And then actions, the thing about actions is that actions don't need to be their own thing. Never, really. Except for like temporarily. Yeah. I really don't know how I want to develop this. I'm realizing the same pitfalls of like the grand data manipulation that I have to do. Once I figure it out, it should be smoother, but in the process it's like, wow, what do I even do? Where do I even start? Okay. I think I need to lay out precisely the step-by-step of how I'm going to develop everything, because I do not know what I'm doing. So, my issue right now, right, is essentially I have a lot of data, right? And the problem is that I have a specific file path to get to units. But this is just the base data, so I'm thinking if I have a temp structure, which then inherits all of the unit data, and then they can work as their own individual sections that do things as needed. But is that really the smartest way of doing everything? This is kind of like the integrated file system where everything is a file in a way, and instead of creating memory sets, like memory bubbles, I add directly. I basically just make copies of the file and then manipulate them and work off of them. The useful thing about this is if I want to say reference a specific status, not really though. Like a unit has its source data, I can find the source data of a unit. So what I think I need to do, right, is I need to abolish this concept. Let's see. So there is, let's say A1, or just say type 1, type 2. What's going to happen is we start off by creating A1, which is of type 1. And then we have A2, which is of type 2. Maybe we have E1, which is of type 3. Another type 3, type 1. This is another type 1. Right, so now we have our 3 different data points. They all kind of look like 2s. That was not my intention with the second one. This is supposed to be a 1. So when we go through the data loop, let's say A1, right? If A1 has a root anchor, its root anchor is T0. So this is the root anchor. A2 has the root anchor of T2. And E1 has the root anchor T1. So when I'm looking for the health value, like the base health value, E1 goes to the units T1, that root and fetch data to get that specific data element. But what happens if I want to look at what A1 has? There will instead be a separate tree of units in a kind of a way like that. But how do I actually look? So when I want to look for data about T1, I can always go to A1/ref, which is going to be the same as units/T1, but skips the fluff of where is units as T1, where am I actually referring to A1 from, where is A1 referring to? Right. And this can become more complex, right? Like A1 status is 0, ref, and then from there we can go somewhere like, if I'm trying to refer to maybe its current health, right? Max health would be from the base stat, but the current health would be referring to this new unit. Or let's just say color, right? It kind of can be probably from either of them. Certain data elements will only be found in the base set. I think the way the way to run this, right, is if A1 is not supposed to have a specific element, then you look at the base data. So for example, A1's max health is derived, and they can do derived up in the memory piece too. Like looking for what actions you have, that can also change though too. So that's kind of what this like ref thing is kind of useless. Because at the end of the day, you copy the data, and it becomes kind of like a temporary data element. So what happens if you want to see something that A1 has, right? Let's say you want to see A1's burn stack. How do we do A1's burn stack? Because in the unit data, you can go unit /T1 /statuses /burn /stack, right? And that is your status stack. For the memory-based systems, you would go to A1, right? You go to the A1 variable. You would specifically look for that A1 variable. So I think what I'd have to do is I'd have to have a list of kind of like a map of these different elements, these different assets. If that even works. I'm still kind of not sure how I want to exactly treat this. I'm just not sure how to treat this. I think I like the memory idea more. I think it's better in the long term. The problem with trying to reintegrate everything into the data tree is that can become very, very bad. There's yes and no, like everything can work. I think the issue is there's just two solutions and they are both valid. The problem is I'm trying to find the better of the two solutions when like either solution would realistically work. Fetch data can be very, very cumbersome to actually, because I have to go into a specific temp folder and then all of that, which can be pretty rough. So probably not something I want to do. So I've just been like, with this random gadgets on my table. Good fidget devices, even though they're just like actual like everyday objects that I probably should be trying to rapidly disassemble and reassemble at rapid speed. But so be it, you know. Why not? Why wouldn't I? So what do I do? I'm trying to think. So with this more localized approach, where everything exists in its own bubble, I still need to reference them, and that's always been the issue. Like, how do I reference things? If A1 exists, and then also speed dice, right? Speed dice would be attributed to a specific unit. The way I will refer to things will be under giant game manager arrays. So the arrays will be managed by the game manager. That's where this all goes down, I think. I'm not too sure. Yeah, because it's kind of a bad idea to have trying to create a global reference. Like, global references, you can only do so many of them before it becomes a big problem. And it kind of already is a major problem, which is part of the issue. I already have a ton of global references, so I'm trying to think within the Godot coding sphere, what is the smarter way of coding this? I'm not too sure is the problem, right? Yeah, I'm just kind of like mentally stalled out. I don't really know what to do from this point onward, because this is like one of the hardest leaps. I didn't actually work on the export system. I can probably work on the export system instead. I don't actually know how you package things, but anyways, exporting is going to be based on these different elements. So I'm trying to think, what is the best way to create a reference structure? I think the issue is right now, so my issue at the moment, let me make a new design thingy. Okay, so the issue, right, is I have a set of globals, right? So first we have data tree. Data tree is literally just data processing functions. That's all it does. Data tree doesn't do anything else. It's just the fetch data and finding the data type a specific path. I didn't know it does. I didn't know it pings you for that. Good to know. So that is data tree. Data tree isn't really an issue. Event bus. This is very important. So event bus is actually probably gonna be event bus is kind of how I want to do all of my data transfer. I kind of forgot that signals exist. This is going to be very important for references. The only issue is like, how do I do this effectively? Because obviously my goal is to get data from X and Y places, and I don't know if signals are going to really solve that, because essentially what is going to happen, right, is my references. Actually, I know there's a good diagram of like how to refer to different children, and I think that's kind of what I need to do for my thing. I'm just not working under the fundamental Godot node structure as much. I'm more kind of just making a weird sloppy side thing just off of my own coding methodologies. Functions. So functions is another thing that exists. Functions are very important. Obviously, I'm going to use them or not. It's not a global thing. It's kind of off to the side. But the most important one is Game Manager. Game Manager is basically like the hub of everything. This is the main processor scene. So from Game Manager, we're going to have all of our different areas. So first of all is our units. So our units list is going to be all of our different units. So A1, A2, E1, that type of thing. So this is just like 2 allies and an enemy. That's our units tab of Game Manager. The next section is, of course, going to be, so action queue is the next thing. So that's going to be our speed dice. So that's going to be speed dice. I'm going to use gold for this, speed dice. So speed dice is going to be a list of all the speed dice. So I think I kind of made this diagram a bit before, but showing it again just to show all of the data attributes. So let's say there's 4 speed dice on this field, and each of them has a reference. So each of them refers to someone. So maybe this one refers to A1, this one refers to E1, A2, this one refers to E1, or maybe this one refers to E1. And this one refers to A2, and then this one refers again to E1. And they'll each have that distinct reference structure, and maybe they have their speed values like 6, 5, 3, 1. Each one goes to an action which is inside the units, which is then going to be inside the actual, technically inside the data tree, but they're going to ultimately refer back to the game manager, and specifically to what is called, like, what's actually the data tree, which is the file tree, whatever. I'm just gonna call it the file tree here. Everything here is going to be referring back to that file tree for the actions. Point win, but you get what I mean. Actions there. After units and speed dice, obviously each unit is going to have statuses that it's going to have to manage. Those are now going to be a whole set of additional sub-branches that can then sometimes refer to one another or refer to dice. That's going to be its own issue as well. But these are kind of like the main 2 systems, I think. Speed dice is kind of simple. I think speed dice don't really need to be embedded in the main file data tree because it's kind of just a queue that causes signals to be cast. But yeah, I think the emission of signals is going to be kind of the biggest thing, because it is a relay race, right? So I need to kind of come up with a potential scenario, right? Potential scenario is always good to come up with. Let's just have like 2, let's have an A1, and then let's have an E1 over here. Yeah. And this guy has 1 speed dice. This guy has another speed dice. You're rolling a 6, you're rolling a 4. So we start from the top of the queue. And the speed dice 6 is connected to A1. So with our queue, we go 6 and then 4, we cross out 6, we go to the 6. Which goes to A1. It's going to say, hey, who does the 6 speed dice belong to? It belongs to A1. A1 is then going to look for an action to select, and then select the target, which is going to be E1. The issue then becomes the signal that you send out, which is like, hey, the signal of this guy needs to respond, which is going to be in the same vein of like, what is the speed dice selected, coordinate to, which is going to coordinate to E1, and then they can pick a counter action there. This is a very sloppy drawing. My main point is that everything is about how I do this this data structure, how I, not really a file structure anymore, it's more just like temporary data storage. I don't really know what I want to do for this anymore because I think this ref idea was kind of bad, because the issue is going to be always the issue of these units are underneath the game master, the game manager. So if I am unit A, and I'm looking for this speed dice, which then is going to look for its host, which then may need to look for what statuses it has, and then what actions it has. That's going to be a very major chain reaction that I don't know what to do with. It's going to be a very rough chain reaction to play around with. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna try and make it to 3 hours. I'm really tired. I really have no idea. This is like such a major challenge is the issue, and that's kind of why I tried to stream this, is to like force myself to try and tackle these head on, but I'm like realizing, like, man, it's very, very scary to look at anything and figure out where I want to go from there. It truly is very scary. Yeah. So, let me find that one specific object of interest. There was a specific diagram that I really enjoyed. Yeah, this image is kind of like the golden standard, I think, of how you want to look for things. The signals go up, get nodes go down. Which is kind of, in my system, I'm not really using a node-based system, is kind of the weird thing, right? Like, I'm kind of playing around with something that's very much the same but different. I think I need to actually try and use Godot nodes specifically. The problem is that, like, this whole thing about like signals up is I'm specifically trying to get something from some data from the parent and using that data on myself or my child, right? Because, like, let's say I am this node over here and I want to know, well, it's more like being like this node trying to learn about, I'm a speed dice going to the player. This character is now going to think, okay, I am going to use an action, which is going to be referencing off of this, pulling that down, then picking a speed dice, which then needs to figure out who it belongs to, which then may have statuses it needs to look at, and then figuring out what reactions it can take. And that's always the issue, is like this whole pathway of where things belong. I mean, I don't know if I can really do that with a signal. The signals don't really give you return value, do they? So I don't know what the correct methodology for that is. The correct code design. So, okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think like what the best way to... But I still don't know how I want to approach this. So I guess like what's important though too is... Oh yeah, I should also make the console get connected onto this and build off of this. That is something I am missing too, is the build up from whatever data is over here. Even underline it too. So with this, units are going to be created. So A1 and E1 are automatically created on the initialization of my data sheet. We go into game stat and then we go to create units. Our units that we create are going to be 2 hooligans, which are going to be A1 and E1. What happens after that, right? Scene data is going to start, so I should probably put in game stat, scene, which is going to be scene 0. So after everything's initialized, we add 1 to the scene, and we start working on from there. We're going to start scene 1, and it's going to do start scene command, and you want to have a start scene command. Typically, you don't have that flag, and go from there. I mean, this is gonna take the same music for like 2 hours now. I should probably switch this. I mostly just had this as like start music and I never changed it. Do I want to use this one? Alright, let's burn this one for a bit. Okay. Probably good to get myself out of the old mental pit of being in the same song for like 2 hours straight. 2.5 hours straight. Actually, I can also fix these up too. Just give me something to like take my mind off of like whatever I was thinking about earlier. How do I put these to 64? Yeah, let's actually just focus on like not worrying about that. I'm gonna focus on that later. What matters now is making sure I can actually implement things at a good pace. So I'm gonna actually focus on getting some stuff to show. Are they still? Oh, so it's called skills, not actions. I should probably rename that. Oh yeah, I should probably return an int. So okay, that's data 1. That's gonna now, so search is gonna always return the output value. Okay. Now, if there's all the arguments, we're going to display the specific skill. So, what's going to happen then is we're going to search for the skill. So right now it's still actions. I'm going to change the skills soon, but I may just leave it as actions. We'll see. Oh, well, search actually just kind of... Problem with search is that I don't actually need this. Right, I don't need this. What I need to do is I need to do fetch data. Okay, so what needs to happen now? So if data 1 is less than 0, then that means something went wrong. It means we shallow search. No, shallow search is fine if we over searched. Right. So -2, if it's equal to -2, that means that something broke. Actually, is it still shallow search? Am I dumb? Oh, premature end is if you override. -2 is if it just doesn't exist. When you find a value with a remaining path, that's called the premature end. If you search with an action, you should be getting -2, and then that'll be invalid. Any other red texts out here? I don't know. No command. And now we're going to start working on fetch data for a smaller nest, which should be as follows. Okay, it does work. Now what happens if I try to do something like dice a 1, which is an object? That should break. Let's see. Okay, it does break. Okay, it's not a dictionary. That's not a string. Now what happens if we go to try and do like, it's like name 5? Name 5 isn't even a thing. Yeah, it becomes a... What does it actually become? If I do search actions... Name 5 doesn't exist, it would fail. So it has to be a perfect search every single time. see, how do you actually check type of a variable? Fido. Oh, it's is. I forgot that is exists. Is string. Data 0. Is string. Both of those should probably work. Okay, actually, instead of doing this, I should probably do text field should be based on specific data. So data is the array, or no. The dictionary is what we're going to be getting things off of. Oh, because of this. I think this one would be default this one. That might also be an optional. Oh, actually it is very important, yeah, with the arguments. Okay, cool. Optional fields are very nice. And then you just do add log. So that should now work. Disp skill, and then just use yikes. There we go. It doesn't show the name for some reason. That did not work. Okay. Why is that like that? Oh, okay, I actually didn't define the text anywhere. Text, it would then be equal to just data 0. That would be helpful. Display skill. I keep on running disk skill. Display skill. Yikes, 1. And it broke. Is it naturally typed? I guess it is naturally typed. Are you sure? I'm assuming it has to be a type string. Otherwise it will skip out. Oh, because it doesn't. Right. That's important. Display, skill. There we go. So now I can do all the display features. Oh wait, I should probably do... Oh yeah, because the only issue is like... As long as it's not... Oh yeah, I should probably do it as long as the data type is 0. That's what I should do. If data type is not equal to 0. Otherwise, we're just going to string throw this. That should probably be smaller because I realized that ints do in fact exist. And that's going to become an issue. Then the cost. What do you want to display cost as? Probably referring to however it is done in Library Ruina. Just kind of like this. Although it kind of follows the color of the actual card, which we don't have here. So, we can just use orange because that's what I use for, that's in fact what I actually use for coloring, what's it called? Stamina. So like, it just kind of works. I don't know if /tab does work. Oh, I can just put cost first. Actually, yeah, putting cost first would probably be smarter. That's kind of how it's done here. Oh, my internet kind of blew up. Okay, so that's going to generate the name field and the cost field. Pre-text, that's going to be kind of important. Yeah, for game manager, this is going to be data tree.fetch data from data 0 and then field is going to be maybe I need to like spacing on all of these. Which I probably should have done for readability. I should not be really bothering with this right now, but I kind of want to bother with it because I realize it's annoying me. I won't do it to all of them. These are the worst ones. I'm gonna probably do them to all of them because I just noticed it. And it's easy to fix it when I'm like aware of it. Yeah, that's spacing back. Is it like LN? What's the for loop called? Oh, do you not do parentheses around them? Or can you still do parentheses around them? No. Well, that's actually not even that. I don't have to do that anymore. I just have to do add log. That should maybe work. There's like no pretext though. We'll look at that later. Oh, let's fetch data from pretext. And then later there's also post text, which actually shouldn't have like this buffer to it. That's your pre and post text. The next part is going to be going to each dice. So the dice could have always been like a array. That might be a better implementation, is to do an array of dice instead of dice 1, dice 2, dice 3. I might change that, yeah, I should change that. Because the dice system is specifically sequential. So let's try and adjust that actually. We're gonna do a bit of adjustments to how I developed literally everything here. So instead, we're gonna have an entire dice field. So if we go to bash, right, it's gonna be a dice field. And for each dice, it's the type of dice. I don't know how I want to run this. Because all of this is one array element. Is kind of like the whole thing. It's all data that corresponds to one dice. Which means that for every single dice, we have to actually search the dictionary of dice information. This can be weird, but the benefit of this is that dice are independent of everything else. So how it would work is I'd have a field called dice. and there's just a array of, it's just an array of dice. As so. And for each element of dice array, it is going to be a field, an object, which is 1 dice. Like so. And the benefit of this is actually, now dice are just a sequential element. Can that cause issues later? I don't think so, actually. I think this actually fixes issues that I would have in the future. So that's actually useful. Like that. And it would kind of be like conditions, right? So kind of like the end scene conditions and all that. Each condition is an object with some data in it. This is actually a bit weirder for like something like Yikes. Like you can see it actually kind of makes it, it looks like increased complexity, but it's actually kind of like decreased because now it's just a single dice in a way. I mean, it's like technically more complexity, right? It's 1 more layer of nesting, but I think this is like actually better. This is still the superior way to organize everything. And something like this, it's actually a bit more simplistic, although it's like a bit harder to see the demarcations. You can kind of get an idea of the demarcations here. This is actually kind of better. I actually enjoyed this. So we're actually going to work off of that now. There we go. And with that, we can now look for every single dice. And for each dice, we can then do something else. And that's when we're going to get into that complexity. This is just like safety features here. I'm not sure how much is gonna matter. So for each dice, is a dictionary. So display, skill text field, dictionary is D. The field we're gonna do first the type. We're gonna start with type, and then we're gonna go from there. So it has an evade dice. It costs 0. The issue is it's throwing it as a double. So nope. Skill, disc, and again, knife. 1. Oh, I meant, disc. Skip disc. Display skill, hooligan, knife, 1. Slash offense, pierce offense, slash offense. Very nice. And there was no pretext or post text, but we can actually test that. I might always mess up this command for some reason. Example text, please remove. Slash offense, please offense. Slash offense, example text, please remove. Example second line, also remove. It works. Awesome. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually add log and for L. I'm gonna actually do add style. Oh, actually, no, don't do that. Like, technically regular text should probably be like a lighter color. Not my issue right now, though. What matters most is that I have the markup text for everything else. Everything that I care about should come later. I mean, actually, I don't know. Does that work? I should test that, actually. Hold on, let me test that. Would that color all uncolored text? Skill display, or no, it's display skill. This skill. Hooligan, knife, 1. No, it does not work. Actually, it might. I actually don't know. Let me add some markup to this text. Example text, I'll do color is equal to FF6464. Please remove slash color. And I put a period in the end just to test if it works completely. Yes, that should be everything. Display skill, hooligan, knife, 1. Yes, it does actually work. Okay, so we're gonna continue doing that then. Awesome. DB code actually is pretty cool. Now then we're gonna have to start working on dice features, so that's when we're gonna start getting into this stuff. Obviously dice have their own text as well, and their dice value and base value, that's gonna be pretty fun as well. All of this other data we don't have to worry about, because all of this other data is gonna be inferred by the text, that's what the player actually sees. So, for each dice, we have to worry about its type. I'm gonna abbreviate them. Ideally, we're gonna have symbols, but we can just do like slash offense SO, PS offense PO, and then BO, and then same thing with like evade defense. We'll do something like that. And I also want to, actually, for now, I just want to see the text that they have too. So, and then for each line in the dice, which is under text, if it's a string, then we are going to print it with a small amount of buffer beforehand as well. Like that. Ooh, that looks very nice. Maybe I might make these texts like white or something else. This should be bold. The name isn't getting bolded for some reason. Oh, because it doesn't have a color. Okay. And what is next? The next thing to do is make sure that this isn't the problem is that this string, I'm gonna have to turn it into an int. There we go. That's kind of annoying. I do have to worry about like int throwing and casts. Okay, and I'm back. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is for this else block, I'm going to check elif data 0. I don't know. Can it actually be an integer? If it's a number value? The best way to check is to do data tree and then type at. Because I actually don't know. Okay, so they're all arrays. Are they? Every field is registering that the item there is an array. Is that true? Oh, because it's like, well, type at fetch data. Oh, well, it's fetch data element 0, right? That's kind of the issue. Okay, they're considered floats. If it's a float, then we have to do a thing to it. Because it's kind of annoying. That works. I'm just gonna use a more condensed form, which is just kind of silly. It works. Actually, let me make sure it actually fully works by removing the existing code that was handling that issue up here. And it works. There we go. Very nice. Let's see. Why do so few actually make the actual card? It's so weird. The wiki is very strange. I think this one actually has some stuff. And not just like the wiki conversion of it. Okay. So now what we need to do is print that out. So if I do add log, I can do like let's see, I just want to see kind of what this would look like. So it'd be the dice and then the base. Are there ever multiple D's, like multiple dice? I don't know. Like, do you ever have like a 5d6? I don't think that's ever been a thing. Is there a thing like that? Hold on. This is actually a very important question. Is there like a 2D or whatever? It's only 1Ds, I think. 2D something, or 3D something, or 4D something, or 5D. It's never been done, I see. I wonder if it ever has been done. And when you see 1Ds, is there ever a 3D or a 2D? There isn't. Imagine if SotCIE did that though. I could actually very easily implement that. I could very easily implement like a 5d6 plus 5 or something. Like I could do that pretty simply. It would be very jank, I think though. But I could do it. So just testing this now. Display, skill, 1. So for instance, it'd be the 1D, so 1d6 plus 0, 1d4, 1d6. Now we do have to add the logic of zeros are erased, negatives show their negatives, and then negative dice are gonna have to be flipped around. That's gonna be the last thing here, and I'm kind of, I don't know, this shouldn't be in the console code, but for now it will be, because console code can just kind of do whatever. This is gonna be like mostly a very big, I think already at over 100 lines of code. It's just gonna be a lot of lines of just like slop code. But that's okay, we can work with that. So now it's time for the logic section. So we're going to make a var, which is going to be dice power, which is going to equal this value. And then another variable, which is dice base. which is going to equal the same thing, but now it's the base instead. The most interesting thing is what happens if the base and the power are negative? So, okay, so first I'll realize the base, and then the power comes after. So if base... Oh, actually, yeah. There's a whole logic tree to this, right? So, let's see. So, power... And then the, base. Right, and there's a whole, grid to this, right? So this is of the case where it's positive. This is the case where it is 0. And in the case where it's negative. These positive ones are of the form 1 the power plus plus the base. Right? And for any positive power, right, similar things are going to happen. But not directly, right? So if it's 0, do not include it. If it's negative, you gotta show that minus sign. Now what happens when power is 0? You just show the base. Here you show the negative base. And here you show the number 0. Which is kind of a strange thing, but you know, that's how this can work, right? It can go that way. And then for negatives, I mean, theoretically you could do negative 1d6 plus base, but the notation I've seen from a friend is to invert it. Because my friend was making a homebrew of SotCIE, and it was pretty neat. And then you do minus 1d, and then the power. Similar things happen here. And here, the only issue is when it's double negative, this situation should never happen, ever. This should never happen. This one will just be the number 0. It will just become, it will just be negative 1d, like so. That is essentially the grid of data. This is the weirdest one, and this will never happen, because this is always going to result in negatives. And I think what actually is better to do here is to make this also have the representation of 0. Because I don't know if you're ever going to have negative damage be legalized. Theoretically you can. I don't think there's ever a rule that says negative damage is not possible. Although for final damage values, yeah, you can't have negatives. Base damage values, there isn't a concrete rule. So technically this can be permitted under the base rule set as far as I know, which is kind of a strange thing. I don't think there's like anything in the main rule set over here. From what I've read of it, I don't know if there's actually any data that suggests. So the logic here, right, is that you only flip the B on the negative power case. The B does not show on the 0 case. It is completely erased. This case is disgusting. You do have to show the negative whenever possible. The plus will only ever, there's only ever a plus sign on the positive section. It's the only time you will ever see a plus. So that's an interesting thing. So with base, with the negative base, this negative is actually inherent to the base, right? These are all inherent to the base. So you actually don't need to worry about this because this is inherent to the base, this is inherent to the base, and this is inherent to the base. The powers, these P's, they all need to be made positive. This has to be absolute value. It must be absolute value. I don't think that's the absolute value symbol. No, yeah. All of these need to be absolute valued. And then the negative is added out in front. That's how that has to work. So, yeah. So this negative will become part of this unit. This is all one unit that is shared under any case of a negative. The B is always remains. This is only added on the positive section. It's the only case of this. B is completely deleted if there is no such case, right? And instead, actually, you get a 0. When if P is equal to 0, then you get a 0 here, and it does not display when there is a base. So we first define the base, right? So dice base is actually going to be a string. It is going to be a string where you take the base value actually no, I should probably keep the ints here. So just judging off of how I designed this, right? In the case, dice power. Okay, so how I need to design this is, so we first add on the base. So we first add on the dice base. If it's 0, then we're good. If it's negative, that's already processed for us. Everything is awesome. Now we go on to adding in the power factor. If dice power is not equal to 0, then there will be a 1d something somewhere. so I have to do that because it's not like a. But this is all a string concatenation. Why is it angry at me? Sometimes mandated white space is very annoying for coding. Like, man. Like, yeah, it's kind of the issue. I wanted to make like a very concentrated, concrete, syntax for this, but there's just so many different, additions and subtractions. It's so annoying. Space plus dice space plus whatever's currently dice tax. Oh, this is the less than case, so that's gonna be what that looks like. And the plus case. Dice power is higher than 0. Then dice tax. Well, actually, yeah. Actually, if any other case is all else case. Because if there's no power, then it's just going to be whatever the base is. Dice tax is going to be equal to. Oh wait, I might have done this wrong. Right, I did. It goes like this. I believe so. Dice text will be equal to the current dice text. So plus equals and then either plus if dice space. Oh, that's actually gonna be, it's a three-way issue because there's like 3 different ways that this plays out. Yeah. Okay, that was probably the most fishy code I've ever written. We're gonna go with it. Let's see if this actually worked. Did I spell it wrong? Maybe it was actually, yeah. I'm dumb. I doubted myself. Okay, hooligan knife 1. Let's see, bash 1. And then yikes. Type dice base. What? Where did that come from? Wait, hold on. That's weird. Yikes doesn't even have post text. Where did this text come from? What? Huh? Where did this text come from? This mysterious text that isn't even text. It just randomly said type dice base. Did I add that somewhere? No, I didn't. What? Did I? Where was it getting that data from? Ooh, that's not good. That text does not exist. Where is it getting that text from? That's bad. It is randomly inventing text that does not exist. Oh, these ones are too. If there's no text, does it have an issue with that? Oh, because if there's no text. Right. It does the level higher. That's bad. That's actually a bug. That's actually an issue, right? So if I'm looking for a specific data tag, like if I'm looking for text in something, if the text field doesn't exist, it's going to just look at the broader hierarchy, which is not good. Because that is what is called premature exit, right? Premature exit means, hey, I did not find what I was looking for. We have a problem here. Disp skill, disp skill, disp skill. Why is it printing out disp skill? Oh, read command. I don't really need that anymore. That does work. So that's an issue, right? Okay, so the issue, right, is that, every time I go into each dice, yeah, when I fetch that data, the one element is going to say a 1 or some other positive value, premature exit. So before I iterate into it, I've gotta do something else. Because it goes to the higher iterable body, which is not the one I'm looking for. And realistically, I should make a safe iterator. So actually, yeah, I think we should make a safe iterator for this. Should I? I don't know. Safe iterator would be essentially fetch data. So, whoa, what did I do there? Oopsies. So, okay, let's make a new function. Function fetch iterable. And it's gonna be very much in the same vein as this. Or fetch safe. And what's gonna happen, right, is if it's not a safe value, then we skip out of it. Right, like if it's not a perfect search, fetch safety. And it's going to do fetch data path. And then if output, if the state value of it is not equal to 0, then we are going to return an empty array. Else, we can return output, we just return the entire output. I think roughly something like that should be fine. So fetch safely will only return the correct value. This should be fine. Well, when I say fetch field, the reason for this, right, is that if you get an array, something complex can happen. Well, actually no, because like the text array is an array. If you're looking for a text field that is an array, you're just looking for if you are overshooting, right? If you're more concerned about overshooting, right? If you undershoot, then you can have some other issues. But yeah, I think fetch safety should just be a matter of if the output is higher than 0, then we have an issue. It's still not doing it, even though I'm doing fetch safety, right? Let's see. If I do search actions, hooligan, yikes, 1. Oh wait, the field doesn't exist. It's not a premature exit. I'm stupid. Premature exit would be... What is a premature exit? Is it text? Does that even occur? I don't think premature exit ever occurs because it's always going to be field -2. Oh. Yeah. So stuff like that. I mean, I'm just gonna go with that for now. If it causes issues later, we'll deal with it. Anytime you do an iterable, I think fetch safely is kind of the way you have to play it. Because if that field doesn't exist, you're gonna be iterating over something you don't want to iterate over. Now it's actually at a 3rd skill. Now if I can get rid of pretext and stuff. So this one is going to have a dice value of 0, dice value 0, dice value 0. And this one is going to be a defense. Is it called defense or is it just called defend? It's called block. What was it called? Test skill? Oh, not text skill, test skill. Interesting opening void. Oh, that's supposed to be the zero roller. The zero roller doesn't work because it doesn't know what it's doing. The negatives do seem to work. They just look really bad. And they just look horribly bad. Like, this one looks kind of fine. 2 minus 1d6 looks kind of fine. Maybe negative 1d6 plus 2 would actually just look better because it wouldn't be as weird. Negative 2 minus 1d6 looks awful though. Like, what is that? That's bad. I'm not gonna deal with that right now. I need to make sure that the this shows itself perfectly well. So like, I'm gonna make it so it's gonna be Pierce offense, it's gonna be PO and then BO and then SO and then evades and blocks B and E, and then the counters with like C ending and stuff. So let's deal with that now. So, color. gonna get the first character on this. So the interesting thing is like, I guess I'm more reddish than I thought. I thought it'd be a bit more orange. I think we'll go with that though. We'll see how that looks. Let's see how that looks. There we go. I might make them more reddish. I like that. That way they all contrast against each other very nicely. I'm thinking this can just be like that. That's pretty good looking. Obviously, these ones don't have that type of thing, but you know. I mean, it looks pretty nice. Okay, I don't know how come this is different. Oh, it's because I didn't change the color. As you can totally see the difference. I do kind of like the brighter color on it. I don't know. I guess I can convert it back. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And then of course we're going to change how this works. We're going to show the zeros, and then we're going to just put the negatives out in front. I think that the dice power just needs to be out in front. Simply. Yeah, we just go with that. Oh, those are no low zero. Yeah, we can go with that. The negatives are never going to show up, to be fair. If it becomes an issue, we can change it later. Now I do want to see what happens if I don't put any data in, or it makes very corrupted data. That's the entire data sheet. Let's see what happens when I give it an empty data set. Okay, that does seem to work pretty well. It's just like, hey, there's nothing here. What am I supposed to do about that? Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Attack weight and stuff and limits we'll worry about later. I think limits would go on the other side, like give me other 5 or whatever, if applicable. But for now, this seems to work pretty well with 134 net scope. We actually did develop a lot. I kind of got stuck up on trying to figure out how I'm going to implement stuff in the future, but just being able to show that a skill exists and how it works, like display, skill. Actually, oh yeah, I didn't actually make it so the thing rendered. Hold on, I hate to leave it. Like display skill, hooligan, knife, 1. And you can actually see all the data you want to see. It's very, very nice. Knife rush. On hit, and then just hit, inflict 1 burn, hit, inflict 1 burn, hit, inflict 1 burn. Slash offense, pierce offense, slash offense. And I could color code those, but I'm not going to. Obviously, of course, as things go forward and I make a visual system, there's gonna be a visual system. But for now, this console-based system is what's gonna have to actually work. There's no movement positional thing, so I don't have to worry about that. What matters is that the entire system works on a fundamental level. How does the arithmetic go forward? How does the computation work? That's what matters here. And I think this is pretty good, right? Like, this is a pretty good start. And I guess I can check all the other ones. So display, skill, hooligan, dash 1, and then carry 1, and then Yates 1, and knife 1. And those are all the skills of the hooligan, the base hooligan, which is pretty cool. There's Bastion, there's Parry, there's Yikes, and then there's Knife Rush. Pretty cool. So what else is there then? Today I might just end it. This has actually been pretty successful. I think I actually got a good flow state. I just don't know what to do after this. Obviously what comes after this is of course making the players actually have actions, and then start making skill choices, skill list display, and all of that, which is going to be everything built upon the character. I actually don't need to modify the console log for now. I obviously want to modify it and make it a bit prettier and make it scroll and stuff, but I don't have the option. It's just like there's a limited amount of text that displays, and obviously if I put in too much text, it starts to actually break everything, and then I can't see any of the data that I'm supposed to see. It's just off in the corner, and I'm never gonna see it. Even after it fixes itself, it's like I'm never gonna see it. It's permanently fixed. Actually, no, it does fix itself after a while. It's just very awkwardly fixes itself until it hits like this, and then yeah, it's pretty annoying. But overall, though, this has been pretty good progress. Yeah, so I think tomorrow I won't be on stream. I might be on Saturday, Sunday though. Saturday, yeah, actually, hopefully Saturday and Sunday. And then next week I'll start streaming again, Monday through Thursday. I'll be able to stream a lot more again. Maybe Friday too, we'll see how it goes. But overall, this has been pretty productive. I actually added a lot of cool features and stuff. I'm trying to make sure I'm forcing myself forward, developing as much as I can and not worrying about making mistakes, because that's like what I usually fear, being a perfectionist. Actually, I don't need this code anymore. I can remove that finally. But I'm starting to actually make things that actually function, right? This actually does function. I can now roll some dice with some other weird things. I can even like display skill, hooligan, knife 1, and then I can go, oh, let's look at the skill. Let's do the roll of a 1d6 with 0 base. I got 2, how sad. That's actually very unfortunate. Hold on, I can do better. I'm gonna go gambling. Oh, 1, a 5. Oh, well, that's a 23. That's a 1 again. I have terrible luck today. Things like this make me want to see how good I do on the gacha pool. Gotta do my Arknights gacha. But yeah, this has been pretty successful. Tomorrow I will not be streaming, and then Saturday, if I do stream, what's gonna happen is I will be focusing on making sure that the player character, unit characters are able to be added onto the game, be able to interface with them, and make them roll speed dice, and have a cycling system for turn order. That's going to be very cool. And when it comes to turn order stuff, a lot of cool automated things there. That's when we're gonna start getting into the automated code and all that. Yeah, and then of course adding functions. We're gonna add a lot of functions. Basic ones, dealing damage, doing division and stuff, doing basic arithmetic. And going out from there, we're gonna have fragile protection that are gonna alter player stats, and it's gonna get a whole lot more advanced. So that's gonna be pretty cool. But that is everything I have to show. I hope you enjoyed. Goodbye. Oh, someone just joined. I'm so sorry, the stream has just ended. Goodbye.